construir. Construir es crecer, es proyectar, es avanzar, progresar. Se construye un sueño, una ilusión, se construye un futuro. Se construye charlando, compartiendo. Trabajar construye, y la paciencia también. Es que construir es algo de todos los días, en cada rincón. Porque en definitiva, la vida no es otra cosa que eso que construimos todos los días. SACEM, 70 años construyendo.
Oportunidad, del latín op, hacia, y portus, puerto. Hacia el puerto van las oportunidades y desde ahí llegan a todos. Oportunidades de 20 pies, de 40, con productos que empresas van a repartir, comercios a vender y más de 3 millones de personas a disfrutar. Otras que viajan el mundo en botellas de tanat, cortes de res o granos de arroz. También en cada carga que llega y sigue hacia otros países van oportunidades para el nuestro. Oportunidad es estar frente a algo bueno. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad de convertirnos en una gran puerta de entrada y salida del continente y pasar de ser un puerto modelo a ser un puerto hub regional. Estamos trabajando para ampliar la terminal Cuenca del Plata y sumando infraestructura para estar a la altura de los principales puertos del mundo, para recibir barcos de cualquier tamaño y bandera y así seguir generando oportunidades que queden acá. Terminal Cuenca del Plata.
Qué palabra, ¿no? Siempre significa todo el tiempo y en toda circunstancia, en las buenas y en las malas. Nosotros siempre estuvimos. Cuando reíste, cuando gritaste, hasta cuando lloraste de alegría. Siempre estamos. Para darte información de calidad y para mejorar tu calidad de vida. Y siempre, siempre vamos a estar bien cerca, en todo lugar y a toda hora. Porque donde está la gente, siempre está el país. Suscríbete.
construir. Construir es crecer, es proyectar, es avanzar, progresar. Se construye un sueño, una ilusión, se construye un futuro. Se construye charlando, compartiendo. Trabajar construye, y la paciencia también. Es que construir es algo de todos los días, en cada rincón. Porque en definitiva, la vida no es otra cosa que eso que construimos todos los días. SACEM, 70 años construyendo.
Oportunidad, del latín op, hacia, y portus, puerto.
¿Qué?
Hacia el puerto van las oportunidades y desde allí llegan a todos. Oportunidades de 20 pies, de 40, con productos que empresas van a repartir, comercios a vender y más de 3 millones de personas a disfrutar. Otras que viajan el mundo en botellas de tanat, cortes de res o granos de arroz. También en cada carga que llega y sigue hacia otros países van oportunidades para el nuestro. Oportunidad es estar frente a algo bueno. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad de convertirnos en una gran puerta de entrada y salida del continente y pasar de ser un puerto modelo a ser un puerto hub regional. Estamos trabajando para ampliar la terminal Cuenca del Plata y sumando infraestructura para estar a la altura de los principales puertos del mundo, para recibir barcos de cualquier tamaño y bandera y así seguir generando oportunidades que queden acá. Terminal Cuenca del Plata.
Siempre. Qué palabra, ¿no? Siempre significa todo el tiempo y en toda circunstancia, en las buenas y en las malas. Nosotros siempre estuvimos. Cuando reíste, cuando gritaste, hasta cuando lloraste de alegría. Siempre estamos. Para darte información de calidad y para mejorar tu calidad de vida. Y siempre, siempre vamos a estar bien cerca, en todo lugar y a toda hora. Porque donde está la gente, siempre está el país. Suscríbete.
Bienvenidos, ¿cómo están? Buen día. Bienvenidos a la
Welcome. Welcome to the fourth edition of the European Investment Forum Uruguay, transforming the future through renewable energy. Thank you very much to all of you who are here present at the Golf Club and all of you who are following us through the virtual broadcast. I would like to tell you that this forum is part of the project Inspire Me UE and with the collaboration with Mercosur. And this has been organized by the Chamber of Trade and Services of Uruguay in collaboration with the European Chart. One agreement, two blocks, more trade. What can your company do to export to Europe? Know the opportunities of the agreement with the European Union for your company. Inspire Me, UE. This is information and training for companies to take full advantage of the opportunities in Europe and contribute to creation of employment and competitivity of companies with a gender approach and the participation of children and youth, with an emphasis on companies led by women and youth. Key sectors, according to the key rules of cooperation established by the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur. This program will last 30 months with training workshops in all the country, national investment fora, and throughout the project, we will have 10 workshops organized by the Chamber of Commerce and 18 by the Euro Chamber. 10 fora in the country with the participation of foreign experts and Uruguayan experts. This is financed by the Euro Chamber Uruguay, the Chamber of Commerce of Uruguay, and the European Union. More opportunities for your business. Inspire me to connect markets, people, and cultures. This round, fourth round of the forum is being held today with this conference today and tomorrow with the business round. We will be starting a few seconds with an opening and 2 roundtables of experts and companies. And we have the close with the presence of Joseph Borrell, the High Representative of the European Union, and the Foreign Minister Bustillo. We would like to thank the sponsors, SACEM, Natonati, Monte del Plata, Montelecor, Zona America, Bow Concept, y Almeria Partners, El País. And these activities being broadcasted live through the El País platform and through the YouTube channel of the European Union and in social media. You can use the hashtag forum UEOO. If you want to follow the broadcast in English, you can do that through the YouTube channel in Inspire Me. So we will ask to the podium Maria Melotti, President of the Euro Chamber of Uruguay. Thank you. Good morning. Dear Minister of the Environment, Adrian Peña, Ambassador Paolo Barrosi, Vice Executive Director Bonicelli, and President Julio Lestido. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the 4th Forum European Investment Forum in Uruguay, transforming the future through renewable energies. Energy is a fundamental element for the development of our societies. It's a key factor towards a neutral world. So the European Union and Uruguay aspire to work together in this. This is the objective this morning. We will have different roundtables. We will hear the strategic vision of Uruguay and the European Union in energy, and we will hear the experiences of the private sector and their role in the energy transition of Uruguay and future prospects. Finally, we will hear the words of the High Representative Joseph Borrell and the Minister of the Republic, Francisco Bustillo. So in the framework of this conference, tomorrow from 9 to 1 p.m., we will continue with the forum with a virtual round of business. More than 150 companies and organizations from Uruguay and the European Union will be part of a unique opportunity to know about the renewable energy sectors, opportunities for investment, and the active stakeholders. So through this round, we will continue to strengthen the relationship between the European Union and Uruguay, as we have been doing with the Inspire Me UE project. This is a project that is gathering today, and it started in 2020. The objective is to support the micro and small companies in Uruguay for them to take advantage of the agreement between Uruguay and Mercosur with the European Union. And it's with the support of the European Union, we have promoted the approach of the micro, small, and medium companies to the opportunities in the European Union, in particular those led by women and young people. At 32 years, excuse me, I meant 32 months ago, this facilitated the dialogue between the public and private sector to improve the environment for small and medium-sized companies and strengthening their business tools through training, seminars, technical assistance on a daily basis in their project to favor the small companies in Uruguay. This project was extended to the whole of the country, showing the opportunities that exist through this agreement between Mercosur and the European Union. Through the tours in the rest of the country, we have talked directly to the companies and have given them support for their export business opportunities in the European Union. And we have focused on green economy, and this year in renewable energy and energy transition. Now we can say that this has been a very intense but highly gratifying work. And we take this opportunity to invite you to participate this coming Thursday, 27th, of the closing conference that will happen at the Chamber of Commerce of Uruguay. So again, we thank you for your presence today, and I hope you have a very fruitful event. So we thank Mario Melotti, and we will hear now, give the floor to Julio Lestido. He is the president of the Chamber of Trade and Service of Uruguay. Minister of the Environment, Alian Peña. Executive Vice Director of Uruguay 21. Melotti, President of the Euro Chamber of Uruguay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for accepting the invitation to participate of the opening of this 4th European Investment Forum Uruguay, with a focus on transforming the future through renewable energy and sustainable development. This 4th edition of the Forum in Uruguay seeks to raise awareness on the importance of renewable energy and promote business opportunities between companies in the European Union and Uruguay. It is very important for the corporate sector to think of incorporating renewable energies and to be involved in the design of strategies to support the sustainability of the country. Uruguayan companies face the challenge to analyze the different opportunities in renewable energies and to draw strategies for sustainable growth. And to put emphasis, I want to put emphasis on the importance for business schools in terms of training and research. This forum is in the framework of the Inspire Me You program that was supported by the Euro Chamber in Uruguay and the European Union. This chamber has a long history of international cooperation with the European Union. We've been working together, we may say, for more than 20 years. The beneficiaries of this project are this micro, small, and medium companies of all the country, with a focus on those led by women and youth. We have organized, as was mentioned before, during 32 months. Again, I made the same mistake that you did. After 32 months of work, we've organized 4 regional groups of work with the participation of 70 corporations, 110 participants, and more than 50 surveys. The purpose of this work is to generate a nationwide dialogue for the promotion of the support to small companies. And all this work was reflected in a document that was presented a few days ago to public authorities. And the purpose of this project was to take opportunity of these opportunities of the agreement of Mercosur and Uruguay. And this will come to new opportunities, more business, and more growth. That's a challenge we are facing today, and we cannot, and we have to continue. And this is what more opportunities as will happen in this forum that we're launching today. We will be coordinating a round of businesses between Uruguayan corporations with European corporations to strengthen bilateral cooperation. To sum up, all this means more opportunity and more opportunities to our country. And I would, before I go, I want to congratulate all those who have participated in this project, to thank the European Union and the Euro Chamber of Uruguay for the support they have given us. Thank you very much.
In the last years, Uruguayan companies have transformed their energy matrix in Uruguay as well as in the country. And for that reason, many European companies have chosen Uruguay for their investment. And that's why we are inviting the Executive Vice Director of Uruguay 21st, Ines Bonicelli, to share some of these indicators with us. Good morning, the Minister of Environment of Uruguay, Mr. Peña, Mr. President of the Euro Chamber, Mario Melotti, Mr. Julio Lestido, President of the Chamber of Trade and Services. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the European Union delegation that invited us to participate. The European Union is the first investor in Uruguay. The countries of EU represent 40% of the foreign investment in our country. The EU is also one of our main strategic trade partners, being the third destination of Uruguayan goods. 15% of exports are to the European Union, and this has been a traditional important business partner. Uruguay has finished the first stage of this energetic transformation, and today our matrix has about 95% of renewable energy. In this sense, the EU has had a strategic role in this development and in the first energetic transformation, especially with respect to wind energy, and this can be shown in the investment made and the European companies that have set up in Uruguay to develop wind energy. Countries of the EU invested 31% of the total invested in renewable energies, and European companies in Uruguay, that there are 22 in total, are mainly from Spain, France, Germany, Dutch, and Italian, and they are basically concentrated in wind and solar parks. Today, Uruguay is starting the second stage of this energy transformation with the development of H2 green hydrogen, and it's being positioned as an exporting hub, and the government is developing active policies for this reason. Again, European countries are at the forefront and pay attention to Uruguay, especially this German company that is the first one to set up in Uruguay to develop green hydrogen, in this case for the production of biofuel. Why foreign companies, and especially from the EU, choose Uruguay? First of all, based on the pillars and the competitive pillars, advantages that we have, the trust, the legal stability, the respect for the games of the rule, and also the easiness for doing business. In second place is the potential for generating energy as a complementary way, especially in terms of wind energy, hydrogen energy. Also the availability of water and the biogenic CO2 used from biomass. And another essential pillar that makes Uruguay an attractive country is the logistics and the reliability in terms of the chain of supplies, and also a package of tax incentives and support from the government to facilitate this kind of investments. Finally, and not less important, Uruguay 21st, as an agency that promotes investments, has worked together with the European Union since 2017, and then the second forum on 2019, and the third on 2020. And now in this forum, the fourth forum in 2022, which is focused on the future transformation through renewable energies. We have always worked together, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Inés Bonicelli. The ambassador to the European Union, Paolo Verisi, unfortunately, he cannot be here today because he's attending a meeting with the President of the Republic, but we are going to watch a video. International authorities, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I cannot be there today because I am attending a meeting with a high representative who has just arrived to Uruguay. We will see each other in a couple of hours. It's a pleasure to be in this forum. The first one took place in 2017. In 2019, the focus was on the forestry sector, where we could highlight the large pulp companies. In 2020, it was focused on green economy and green services. And today, it's focused on the perspective of renewable energies. I want to congratulate the organizers of this forum for the work they have carried out through the project of Inspírame. This project has given tools to small companies in the country and has achieved to make the European Union closer to these smaller companies. But the issue that gathers us today is the presence of European Union companies in the country, in the sector of renewable energies. There are already some companies present. There are several wind farms already established, and there are also plants that generate biomass that come from the European capital. And there are a lot of companies that are dedicated to the development of new technology. So the European Union also wants to be part of this transformation in terms of energy. The Enel Track company, for example, has shown its interest, and they aim at producing 15 tons of products. One of the issues that gather us is the decarbonization. And actually, we want to encourage our partners to work together in this aspect. Decarbonization includes also agriculture and livestock production. For the energetic transformation, that's why we are encouraging the mechanism of bonuses and to be able to make calls for future investors. In the past, we have shared our experiences, and with the presence of the Bank of the European Union, we can actually achieve this. For us, the green transition must be combined with an affordable type of economy. And we want to be able to become a climate neutral continent by the year 2050. And for that reason, we have started with this green hydrogen strategy in order to achieve this objective. Uruguay is a country with a potential to develop this strategy. By the end of the year, we will have a meeting in this respect. And in addition, this issue has attracted a lot of interest from different European companies. Ladies and gentlemen, with Uruguay, we understand that the economic recovery has to be green, and our relation can become even closer and strengthen the relation between Mercosur and the European Union. So with a clear commitment of us all, I believe that this agreement can be implemented. We are facing great challenges at the world level, and we need reliable partners. Partners with we can share the same values, and Uruguay is one of them.
We thank the president who was present, although not physically. I will take a minute to remind you that you can participate through questions or comments through the Inspire Me UE or El País media. I will now hear from Simpson, not the minister, not yet. Sorry, Minister, you haven't seen the latest script. Gary Simpson was not able to travel, but he sent a video to participate in this event. We'll now see the video.
Good morning. I'm glad to be speaking at today's event. Relations between Uruguay and the EU are excellent. We are not only good trade and investment partners, but also enjoy a partnership in values. Uruguay is playing a leading role in the global energy transition. You have showed the world that it's possible to power a country with renewable energy. For that, you deserve our huge congratulations and admiration. On our side, we are committed to climate neutrality by 2050 and a 55% cut in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The EU still suffers from too much fossil fuels in our energy mix, but we are advancing quickly towards more independence and a carbon-free system. And since the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we are moving even faster towards our goals. In May, we published the REPowerEU plan to rapidly reduce our dependence on Russian fossil fuels. Our strategy rests on 3 pillars: energy savings, diversification of energy supplies, and accelerating renewables. We plan to increase the EU renewable energy target to 45% in the energy mix by the end of this decade. And we are redoubling our efforts to invest in new green technologies like hydrogen. But we are not just looking inwards. The EU aims to build long-term partnerships for a new, sustainable global energy system. We want to share a vision with like-minded countries, Uruguay among them. A large share of our international cooperation resources is used to support our partners through the world to achieve a just energy transition. We pledge that no one should be left behind as we transform the energy system in Europe and beyond. Uruguay shares values and a global vision with Europe. We are formally and deeply committed to the energy transition with detailed strategies and clear timelines. And I believe this can be the catalyst for even closer cooperation in the future. Green hydrogen is a perfect example of where we can work together. I know this is an important topic for you as well, as we all need solutions for sectors that are difficult to decarbonize, especially heavy industry and some modes of transport. Hydrogen is fast becoming one of the central topics of our international energy relations. We all recognize the need for a global, well-functioning hydrogen market. In the EU, we have set the target for renewable hydrogen in industry and transport. Overall, our aim is to increase the production of domestic renewable hydrogen to 10 million tons and to import another 10 million tons by 2030. I know Uruguay plans to become a major green hydrogen producer and exporter. This is a winning bet, given your excellent renewable energy infrastructure and facilities for smooth trade with Europe. We are ready to provide our support, including facilitating access to European expertise, technological know-how, and investments. We also need to work together on issues like market development, regulatory frameworks, the research agenda, and international cooperation on hydrogen. I'm aware of the key role that Uruguay plays at the continental level. I also see our cooperation not only on a bilateral basis, but as a link to closer relations between Latin America and Europe. I hope that together we will be able to show concrete deliverables at the EU CELAC summit next year. Thank you for everything you are doing for a cleaner and more sustainable world, and thank you for listening. I wish you an interesting and rewarding event.
So with that, the European Commissioner for Energy to take the time to complete this video with these words for Uruguay. And now we give the floor to the Ministry of Environment, Adrian Peña, who will share some of his views with us. Good morning. I was anxious to take the floor. So, Mr. President of Eurochamber and President of the Chamber of Trade, the Vice Director, Executive Director of Uruguay 21, Undersecretary Guanteberri, President of ANCAP, and the national authorities that are here today. Good morning. This is very important for the Ministry of Environment to participate in this event for many reasons. First, because of the bond of Uruguay, mainly cultural with Europe and with our trade links, because Europe is the first investor in Uruguay, but also because the decisions made by the European Union have an impact on our trade strategies, and the decisions that are made take the lead of the trends in the world, in particular in terms of environment, in terms of traceability of climate change. So we congratulate you for this this important event. First, this year, we had a very important instance, and I want to thank you for the Euro Climate Mass that was held in Uruguay this year. Over 120 delegates from Latin America and Europe, and for the first time from the Caribbean, present in Uruguay in a program that has been a great support to many of the policies of the country. As you know, Uruguay is a unique, interesting case in terms of climate change. We contribute a maximum of 0.4 to the emissions that contribute to climate change, but we are fully affected. We are living through droughts and uncertainty at times when it is not common to have droughts, floods, increase of the average level of the seas. This affects a lot people and infrastructure, especially those that are most vulnerable. So Uruguay has taken early commitment to climate action. And this is nothing new in Uruguay, and we are on the road of decarbonization of our economy to reduce emissions. And the first energy transition, the renewable basis of the production of electric energy, and this second transformation that lies in this opportunity that Uruguay has now by 2050, the route to green hydrogen that is led by the Ministry of Industry. But in our minister, we have recently approved regulations related to this. And this is going to be the basis of all the discussions today. But it's important to say that in addition to that commitment, Uruguay has also taken commitments to reduce emissions in specific products like meat, for example, beef, and also the capture of CO2. And this is very important for us. And this is in its few minutes, I would like to say something, and I'm warning Mario, it's going to be brief because I had a previous experience when I spoke over my time, but be calm, it's going to be brief. And in addition to the objectives he described, I want to talk about the robustness of the environmental policies in Uruguay. Uruguay has assumed its commitments and last year presented a long-term climate strategy, and Uruguay is committed to meeting all those objectives. And this is a public policy, it's a state policy in this country. When with the new administration took office, we adopted the previous strategies and deepened it. In this country, with 100 years without deforestation, the preservation of native forests is a state policy. And it's an example of governance at the world level. And there are three examples I want to give that have to do with integrating environment into public policy. Integrate environmental issues in the design of public policy. It has been our job in the ministry in collaboration with the other ministries. So this is a joint work with the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of Agriculture, where Uruguay has shown to the world something that we had last year with all the ministries, with the President of the Republic announcing our strategy for 2050. And we think this is an additional strength of Uruguay that can show itself to the world. And I want to give you three examples from macro to micro that happened in the last month in Uruguay. The most recent is last Thursday. We are happy about it. The issuing of the bonus for the $1.5 billion indexed for climate and environmental targets. And if Uruguay meets the commitments in the surfaces of native forest and the emissions, will access a prize. And this is the first bond with these characteristics in the world, because we have punishing bonds, but not rewarding bonds. So this is a demonstration that we can align sectoral policies with climate change policies, and how two different worlds, finance and climate, can be connected. And this was the work of the different ministries, intergovernmental, interinstitutional, of over 2 years, but the purpose was to be at the forefront in this sense. But I would also want to highlight the rigor of these indicators, because in 2017, when we had set these goals, there was no idea of having a bond, issuing a bond, but this bond it was possible to issue this bond because of the rigor and strength of the indicators. The last month, we also launched a tool that is called the environmental footprint of cattle raising in Uruguay. That is still our first export, beef. And we established a tool that allows us to measure the footprint of cattle raising with 10 indicators that let us measure how cattle raising affects environment. And this tool can help us improve. When the indicators don't give us the desired values, we can apply corrective action. And also, at a very practical level, we have another tool signed with the Ministry of Dairy Products. It's certifying dairy producers when they treat effluents correctly. This is one of the problems we have in our waters, organic matters that reach water courses. Nowadays, there are producers. One producer came today to be certified for the management of effluents. So these certifications would give them better prices for their products, better taxes, So using this as a certification, we are planning to improve the footprint of cattle raising, and with better indicators, we hope to have better indicators for the sustainable bond that was issued last month. That is the idea, to connect micro and macro economy and to connect sectors with the macroeconomy of the country. We're working very seriously on this, and I think we are making a difference in this issue because we are doing this seriously with scientific evidence. So this world that is uncertain and that faces so many environmental challenges has, for Uruguay, from our point of view, great opportunities, huge opportunities. So we want to leave that message in a world where the climate change issues will affect us more, as the developing countries more, because we don't have the tools of developing countries. When a minister of the environment has to be in the European Union event telling you that we still need more financing for adapting. That is essential for us to be instrumented in our territory. And we would also want to say that we not only want you to help us, but we also want to have opportunities and given preferential entry to markets, because we do it well, and doing it well needs to be rewarded. Doing things well needs to have an incentive. So it's very important for us that you do not deny us the opportunities that I think Uruguay deserves. And I think it's very important to take advantage of that opportunity in this window of time, and we count on your support. Thank you very much, and all successes tomorrow.
Thank you for your words, Mr. Minister, and thank you for all the participants in this opening ceremony. And we will invite you to take a picture before you go down. And before we get prepared, we get ready for the first panel, you can, just to remind you that you can follow us on the media by following us on the YouTube channel and the hashtag UE.
Construir. Construir es crecer, es proyectar, es avanzar, progresar. Se construye un sueño, una ilusión, se construye un futuro. Se construye charlando, compartiendo. Trabajar construye, y la paciencia también. Es que construir es algo de todos los días, en cada rincón. Porque en definitiva, la vida no es otra cosa que eso que construimos todos los días. SACEM, 70 años construyendo.
Oportunidad, del latín op, hacia, y portus, puerto. Hacia el puerto van las oportunidades y desde ahí llegan a todos. Oportunidades de 20 pies, de 40, con productos que empresas van a repartir, comercios a vender y más de 3 millones de personas a disfrutar. Otras que viajan al mundo en botellas de tanat, cortes de res o granos de arroz. También en cada carga que llega y sigue hacia otros países van oportunidades para el nuestro. Oportunidad es estar frente a algo bueno. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad de convertirnos en una gran puerta de entrada y salida del continente y pasar de ser un puerto modelo a ser un puerto hub regional. Estamos trabajando para ampliar la terminal Cuenca del Plata y sumando infraestructura para estar a la altura de los principales puertos del mundo, para recibir barcos de cualquier tamaño y bandera, y así seguir generando oportunidades que queden acá. Terminal Cuenca del Plata.
Hola a todos, los invitamos a volver a sus asientos para poder seguir
Hello,
con el
everybody.
primer panel de
So
la
please
mañana.
go back
Les
to your
pedimos, por favor, si pueden ir a
seats
sus
so we can
asientos, así
continue
podemos
with the
comenzar
first
en el
panel.
primer panel de la mañana. Hola, les pedimos nuevamente, ya estamos
Hello.
empezando la
Okay.
transmisión a través de
So we
nuestras
are
redes. Les
starting
pedimos que
the
tomen sus
live
asientos, así
broadcast
podemos
through
continuar
our
con el siguiente
media.
panel.
So let's move on to the first panel.
Bueno, el primer panel, les cuento,
The first
el primer
panel
panel del foro nos presentará las
of the
políticas de Estado en
forum
la transición
will
energética
present
y
the
será
state
moderado por Damián
policies on
Kaminsky,
energy
consejero
transition and will
jefe de
be
Economía y
moderated
Comercio,
by
delegación de la
Damian
Unión Europea en
Kaminsky,
Uruguay. Bienvenido,
who is
Damián, que ya está
the
sentado con
head of
nosotros en
economy
el
and trade
escenario.
of the
También
European
está
Union
sentado con
delegation
nosotros en
in
el escenario
Uruguay.
el subsecretario de
And we
Industria,
also
Energía
have
y
the
Minería del
presence
Uruguay,
of
Walter
the Vice
Berry, en
Minister of
representación de esa
Industry, Energy
cartera.
and
Y
Mining of
además ya se
Uruguay,
encuentran conectadas
Mr.
desde Bruselas
Walter
Cristina
Verri.
Lobillo
And we
Herrera,
also
directora
have
de
the presence
Energy Platform
through
Task Force de la Dirección
internet of
General de
Cristina
Energía de la
Lovillo
Comisión
Borrero,
Europea.
Director of
Y
the Energy
también
Platform
ya
Task
conectada desde
Force of the
Luxemburgo
EU,
a Christine
and
Lang,
also
jefa de
from
la División
Luxembourg,
América Latina y
Christine
el
Lang,
Caribe
Head of
del
the
Banco Europeo de
Division
Inversiones.
Latin
Los dejo con
America
el panel.
and
Damián.
Caribbean of the European Investment Bank. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Walter. Good morning, Christina and Christine from Luxembourg and Brussels. It's a pleasure to be here today. As you know, the topic of our forum is to transform the future through renewable energies. This transformation has to do with the climate emergency we are experiencing and the need to grow in a more sustainable way. Not to mention the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is having an impact on the supply of fuels to Europe, highlighting the need to diversify supply and decarbonize energy matrices. In this panel, we're going to talk about the role and visions of public policies, but also about the financing of the energy transition. In this context, we are interested in knowing about the opinion of our first panelist, Walter Verri, who is the Vice Minister of Industry and Energy and Mining in Uruguay. It's a pleasure to have you here. Uruguay is at the forefront in the use of renewable energy sources. So after the first energy transformation with a strong presence of European investment, the country is now moving towards a second transformation. So the objective is to consolidate a smart electric network for an efficient coordination between supply and demand to incorporate new technologies to store energy and develop green hydrogen. So for this latter, the plan and the roadmap for green hydrogen were developed. So what are the specific steps that Uruguay plans to take in this short term? Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to all the authorities and all the ambassadors and representatives of the European Union, different entities from the state. It's a pleasure to represent the Ministry of Industry. The first thing I want to say is give the greetings of the minister who, unfortunately or fortunately, he is traveling to Japan, where he's going to be part of the delegation that is going to accompany our president. So that's why I'm substituting him with great pleasure. If you allow me, with the last words that the Minister of Environment mentioned, the good thing that Uruguay can show in terms of renewable energies is not a result of one government, one minister, one president, two ministers. It has to do with a state policy. And this is the strength that Uruguay has. And we have to understand that what is coming in the future is also part of this state policy that we are developing and defining the foundations, and maybe develop in the future government, and maybe see the results in the governments to come. Uruguay has a lot to show in this respect. I think we started this a long time ago, and we are proud to say that where our energy matrix is totally renewable, and this is an achievement that we have made, and with a lot of investment from the European Union. And the transformation of the matrix brought very good things, among others, the capacity of our companies, engineering companies, that are opening markets in other countries of the region, especially because of the progress that they have shown. We started with a centralized production of energy with 4 dams in the country and the electric centers in the south. And today, this is decentralized, and we have spread the energy producers among the country. So they have to comply with this objective of being decentralized to reach all the territory and to obtain the energetic independence that we have achieved this to contribute to the country. So in terms of decentralization, it's one of the great transformations that the country has experienced. The green jobs also, we can see how the generation of renewable energies has made an impact on the type of employment. Uruguay, the ratio in terms of this, Uruguay exceeds by 4 times to see the impact of green jobs in this respect. So the first thing we have to say that we are very proud, and as a result of several governments and state policy, we have moved forward in terms of renewable energies. And that's why we are now thinking about the second transition. And this is the end of the question. Where are we heading for? Okay, there are many things ahead. The first thing is that we will have to install very quickly solar photovoltaic energy. We are analyzing that very soon we will need the new renewable energies to be installed. And in this respect, there's no doubt about it. And I believe that the most attractive of all is that the promotion that this government has given to green hydrogen. Some initial steps took place in the former government, but when this government assumed, we have taken the lead in this respect, and this covers this roadmap that we have planned, and this is going to cover a scenario up to around the year 2040, where we are going to have a lot of investment opportunities for the country. And this roadmap has like different stages. And so the first stage aims at the domestic market. Some of these steps we have already taken because we have already enacted new laws in this respect. We need more, without any doubt, but in this is what we're going to develop in this first stage. And we are actually carrying out a pilot plan that we have developed with the Minister of Industry, Latu as well, Maria Jose, who is leading our hydrogen team. And so this pilot plan will be actually defined next year. And maybe before the end of this government, we will be able to see some of the results. But basically, this will allow us to go through this learning curve. And so we will also have some companies set up with the capacity to export. And maybe by the year 2030, when the second stage will start, they will have the opportunity to export and generate resources and jobs for the country. And the third stage that will reach up to 2040, we guess that investments will actually multiply, and there's going to be a lot more installation of renewable energies to satisfy the demand. On the other hand, we are moving also forward in a strong way, and I see the president of ANCAP. We are moving forward in the respect of hydrogen production offshore. And so we are taking advantage of what ANCAP offers, but we also are saying that the oil company Uruguay also thinks that their future is also green. So there are many things to develop in terms of hydrogen. I just mentioned a few points just to not to exceed in my words, but this will imply more renewable energies for the development of electricity, but also the issue of substituting also mobility for electric mobility. We have all the necessary things for this, and this is a process that is actually advanced. Technologies are making progress in this respect. We are also subsidizing to try to subsidize collective mobility. So we are also, we want to change the fleet of public transportation, and because urban mobility needs to be electric, and we think that we can do this, achieve this in a short time. And we also have the challenge of decarbonizing the industry, especially those contaminant ones. And so this is part of this green future that we need to develop in this second transition. The first transition was we actually achieved this, and let me qualify ourselves, but I think we did very well when we go around the world, and when we say 97 of what we generate for our own consumption is renewable. people look at us and say, is this true? Well, yeah, I believe this was a first transition, and now we are moving forward to the second one, and I think the country has the conditions for this.
So thank you very much for you mentioning this. The Commissioner Simpson congratulated Uruguay for this transition that positioned Uruguay as leaders in the world for this transformation. Thank you very much. And you will have a second intervention from you on the issue of hydrogen, but we will hear now from Brussels, the director of the Energy Platform Task Force of the Directorate General for Energy, Cristina Lovilla. Good morning and good afternoon in Brussels. Cristina, how are you? Good morning for you. Good afternoon here. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be with you virtually, but present. With the European Green Deal policy in 2020, and that is the roadmap of Europe for climate neutrality in 2050, all policies in Europe have a clear route to clean energy. This is in the many different sectors: economy, transport, energy, of course. This year, we had the announcement of Repower EU to stop the dependence of fossil fuels. What does the plan consist in, and what is the role of the energy platform? What steps are they planning to take? Thank you very much, Damian and Walter, for your intervention before. I want to explain where we are coming from. There is the Green Deal, and we have a strategy for sustainability and growth that is called Green Deal, that consists in achieving goals in terms of climate change and reducing greenhouse emissions by 2030, and ambitious renewable energy and energy efficiency goals. And these goals were translated into legislative proposals that are called C455. These proposals will help us achieve those objectives. And as you said before, Damian, at the beginning of this year, we had the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The EU has dedicated to help Ukraine in all necessary aspects, but this invasion has made obvious the vulnerability of the Union in the high dependence of fossil fuels coming from Russia. And I would like to say in particular the percentage of natural gas that the EU was importing from Russia was 40% of the total gas imported by the EU. And the Repower plan targets first a goal related to fossil fuels coming from Russia. So the first goal is to reach independence from fossil fuels from Russia. Is the first goal. And in the Repower plan, our political leaders of the EU, the chiefs of state of the 27 countries, along with the president of the Commission, agreed that EU had to be independent by 2027, but we will achieve that goal probably much sooner. We are now at 7.5% because Russia itself, or the distributing company or the producer, has taken a series of measures to cutting the supply of gas to the EU countries. So Repower goal is first to replace that need for natural gas in the European Union for more reliable sources. So we are now receiving gas from more reliable partners, the United States, Algeria, also African countries, to replace gas, Russian gas in the short term. But the most important part of repower has to do with accelerating energy transformation. Our repower increases the goal for renewables and energy efficiency. We will come to 45% of renewables in 2030, and we are very happy to learn about the reality of energy in Uruguay. And this is a goal that we aspire to achieve, to have an energy mix by 2050, to have 80% of renewable energies in electric supply. So repower is just one step in accelerating energy transformation in the EU. And the third pillar has to do with energy efficiency and energy saving. We have first a more ambitious target for energy efficiency, and also objectives for savings in the consumption of gas in the European Union. All this in the framework of the current need to avoid the EU from having supply problems. As we said before, we will have an energy matrix that will be dominated by renewable energies, but nowadays we still have a strong dependence on fossil fuels. So in this context, we have a war where the whole of Europe is involved. It's a country that is an ally of the European Union. So we are working, trying to impede or avoid that the countries, including Ukraine, Moldavia, and Georgia, can have supply problems. So this is basically the repower plan. First, replace Russian gas for more reliable sources and generate an energy transformation, accelerate the energy transformation in the EU. And that's the use of the platform. And this platform was created by a petition of the chiefs of state and chiefs of government of the 27 countries of the European Union. And in this platform, through this platform, we're trying to accelerate the aggregation of demand to see what is the demand we require to replace gas, and also to quantify this international outreach to suppliers that can help us in the coming years. But not only gas, Walter mentioned green hydrogen. We also have very ambitious objectives to produce and import green hydrogen. That's why we are very interested in Uruguay, the plans in Uruguay in this respect. And finally, in this platform, we will plan joint purchases of gas in the Union with the aggregation of the demand. We are preparing a legislative proposal with that is being discussed with the member states. It's to ensure there are no problems with supply and accelerate the energy transformation.
Thank you, Cristina. It's very clear this is not an easy situation that Europe is going through. And let me tell you that Cristina is one of the head persons managing this situation, where on one side we have a crisis and on the other side this challenge with a lot of measures to move forward in this respect. Okay, so now let's move on to Luxembourg, and we have the presence of Christine Lang, the head of Latin America and the Caribbean division from the European Investment Bank. It's a pleasure to see you. We were together last year in Montevideo. Today we are connected by Zoom, but I'm really glad that you could participate this morning. The EIB focuses its efforts on climate action, which is why we sometimes say that it's the European Climate Bank. In addition, as it's a non-profit organization, it offers more advantageous financing conditions than other banks. So what tools does the European Investment Bank have to accelerate the decarbonization of Latin America, and what projects is the bank working on in the region? It's a pleasure to be here today. I would have loved to be there. I'm going to start with 3 words. There are 3 ways: financing. So these are key words that we have at the bank. The EIB is the European Bank on Climate, and our goal is that by year 2030 to support the actions of countries in terms of climate change. We participate and help in projects to mitigate climate change. So with respect to the first area, that is financing, we issue bonds. We also work with other projects such as capital instruments, and we make sure that these have to do with sustainable development. We have to help all kinds of companies or countries in this respect. So to finance national governments in projects of this kind, for example, in Argentina, we have participated in some of these financing projects in Argentina, as I mentioned. And by doing this, we not only help the countries, but we also help small and medium companies. In second place, we also contribute with public institutions. In this process, there are certain stages before the financing takes place. There are other entities that help, so these projects become real. We work with some partners such as the World Bank to select the projects. Then in a second stage, we have a partner that helps us with planning the projects. and by providing technical assistance. We also work with the Bank of Development, the IDB, and we want to highlight that we have a collaboration framework with the IDB. And through this agreement, we participate in different projects. Another example that I want to highlight that we are working with IDB, with the CIF, and the EU. And when we mention all the things that we are doing, climate change is at the core. So maybe some people have mentioned Team Europe, and we're a member of this organization. And okay, but this is not just playing. We need cooperation. So it's not just passing on the ball. And this is how we can, by cooperation, is the only way we can actually generate an impact. And this is how the Green Deal can actually be achieved. In the last years, with the exception of the pandemic years, we have contributed with large amounts of financing in Latin America, and 70% or more has actually been related to climate change. In Brazil, we have financed different kinds of energy parks. We have also signed this year in Brazil the financing of other projects, as well as in Chile. So that shows that we are very active, and we are helping to preserve the water management, also in Argentina, in the province of Buenos Aires, and in Venezuela at a smaller scale. We're also helping in another project. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that we have a Chilean initiative. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. It's very clear that there are options of different projects in the country. Why didn't you mention Uruguay? We would like to have a project
for you to have a project in Uruguay. I would like that very much. There is a little plan. We're waiting to have relations with Uruguay. We are waiting for the conditions to happen. It's a small formality that is missing then, so for you to start in your way. In the last life in India, working with the bank, with many projects and the government, the authorities, listening to the final proposal of the bank in terms of rates. There was a great surprise. It's a bank that has no profit purpose. So it's not for profit. So that was a great surprise in terms of rates. So we will help to have this framework agreement on our side. We will try and collaborate in this transition. So I will now ask Walter, in green hydrogen, the roadmap and the strategy and the response of the private sector has been interesting. The private sector has shown interest in the strategy. And we know that the European companies have been key in the first transition. What partnerships are you thinking of between Europe and Uruguay to secure a good response from the private sector? What alliances, what investments, European investments do you see on the horizon? What messages do you want to pass on to European investors today? I can sell Uruguay and I will put a lot of effort to do that. I think all of us in the government have this intention of showing how good Uruguay is, and the European Union is aware of this, and a large part of our first transition was underpinned by European investment that you can see the results today. They've been contributing to our country, but there's still a lot to do together. Uruguay has a very important institutional strength with an attachment to the rule of law, and the governments, the transition between the governments maintains this an adherence to our word given as a country beyond the changes in government. So we have high levels of quality of life. We are first in distribution of income in Latin America. The democracy index, we are leaders in Latin America. So, and we can continue to show you many indicators that position us as a reliable, believable country for investment. And this is what part of our job from the ministries to show investment opportunities. So the EU is very clear about this, you know about this, but we have to tell you that in terms of hydrogen, there have been a series of meetings, visits to countries where we are establishing lines of understanding. We are coming to an agreement to the two main ports in Europe. So our hydrogen products that can be exported using those ports. And we have agreements with countries like Germany, where we are currently negotiating an agreement to trade hydrogen. We have had advances in the last few months in the Minister of Industry has visited many countries to show the potentiality of Uruguay in terms of hydrogen. But in addition to all that and all the tax incentives for investors in Uruguay, briefly, I want to tell you that hydrogen is also very high in the indicators of COMAC, to include in tax benefits and the benefits of the investment laws in Uruguay. This was a recent achievement through the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Industry. So all hydrogen projects will have the same benefits as other investment projects. It's a change we introduced in the law to benefit hydrogen. And this, I think, will help foreign European investors to look at Uruguay in a favorable way. In addition to that, We also have a large number of renewable energies, so much that we generate our electricity supply from them, but we also have great levels of complementarity, which is important for renewable energy production. We have enough water to foresee no problems with the production of hydrogen. Uruguay doesn't have obstacles in terms of geographic characteristics. We have great connectivity through our roads. We have railway system that is growing and being improved as we speak. We have the possibility to find abundant sources of sustainable CO2. We can offer to generate derivatives from hydrogen from sustainable industrial projects. And that's also an advantage of our country and attractive for investors. And we have companies already working in this and other companies that have shown interest, have expressed their interest, including some of our public companies who are interested in the process of production of sustainable CO2. We have an electrical infrastructure that, of course, we need to think that towards the 2040 needs to be improved, and we may have to think of gas pipelines or improve our ports also, but what we already have is a lot. And the first projects of hydrogen, we will have the enough infrastructure in Uruguay. Uruguay is a country that has everything to offer for investment, and in particular, reliability and credibility in the development of renewable energies and sustainable energies. So everything is given to go on with this. And also, I would like to highlight that all these good things Uruguay has done and the good positioning we have as a green country with an economy for renewables, this should be rewarded. Uruguay should look at, the European Union should look at Uruguay with those eyes. We may deserve some punishments at some points, but when you have a country like Uruguay that has done everything right, we should be benefited. We are not asking for donations. What we are asking for is a reward for the good performance of Uruguay so far. So for sure, in the next coming years, we will have many projects between European investors and our country to develop investment in more sources of renewable energies and green hydrogen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think a lot of investors are listening to us. We can continue talking about the good things about Uruguay, but so you can see how enthusiastic he is and his vision. And I can say that this is the idea from the Ministry of Industry, and the issue of certifications, that we are working with this issue with the European Union, and Uruguay has shown to be very efficient in terms of certifications and permits and authorizations. And we have a policy defined. And what Mr. Peña also mentioned, that there is not opposition between the Minister of Livestock and the Ministry of Environment and the oil company that is here today talking about renewables. So these are the Uruguayan strengths that make us attractive for investments. Okay, so let's continue with the issue of green hydrogen. Let's go back to Brussels. Cristina Lovillo is here. Cristina, we heard some time ago the speech of the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who included in her address the importance of green hydrogen. So where is the EU in this strategy? We have also heard about the creation of the European Hydrogen Bank in 2023. How is it going to work? Thank you, Damian. Yes, maybe for some questions I don't have the complete answer, but let's check where we are in these initiatives. It was a pleasure to listen to Walter because actually all the countries in the world that are going through this transition, we give a lot of importance to the development of green hydrogen. It's clear, as I mentioned before, in terms of the transformation of the matrix by 2050, the green hydrogen will have an important role. Maybe I have to mention the repower plan because there are two figures which are very ambitious, but they could be reachable. In the repower, we say that by the year 2030, the EU will have to produce 10 million tons of green hydrogen and import an additional 10 million tons. So this figure is taken into account that now we are in a very starting stage. And so the member states are now developing this strategy. Of course, we need investment. We also need to have the legislative framework that is necessary. And together with this, I always want to highlight not only the domestic production, but also the import sector. Those 10 million tons that we need to import, we know that green hydrogen needs a little bit more time to be competitive. So maybe we're talking about 7, 8 years, but we already, by the year 2030, we will count with that production. And we would like, through international relations, to encourage this, especially with countries that could export green hydrogen to the EU. Of course, when we talk about neighboring countries, it would be easier because of transportation issues, but there are also different kinds of green hydrogen, such as ammonia. And for example, with Latin American countries, we actually want to strengthen this international links to be able to make this export a reality. So this is the idea of the hydrogen bank that was announced by the president of the EU Commission. And when she talked about energy and presented the emergency measures that I mentioned before, she also mentioned about the need to move towards this energy transition. And she announced the creation of a European hydrogen bank with a large amount of financing. So we sometimes use this kind of financing structure, that is to dedicate part of the public investment to a certain objective and to attract private investment by doing this. So we are deciding now how this bank is going to work, what projects would be eligible for the bank. if it would work as an economic facility that can go along together with other facilities, such as all the ones mentioned by Christine. And at the beginning, we are also seeing what areas of the European Union would it target to. And with this design of the hydrogen bank, we're also thinking about how to cooperate in terms of finance that are also going along the same road in terms of developing green hydrogen. For us, green hydrogen, we think it's essential for industrial processes, different kinds of industries. We have some specific examples of countries in Europe for where public transportation uses green hydrogen. So only 2% of the hydrogen used in the European Union is renewable. So we still have a long way to go. And we would also like to actually move forward, and also with Latin American countries, and to continue with Uruguay, but for a simple reason, because the EU and Uruguay are on the same road. And from here, I would like to actually make a call to invest more and improve the production of green hydrogen in the European Union and Uruguay, and to be able to import in the future.
Thank you, Cristina. I'm very happy for the perspectives we have between the European Union and Uruguay about hydrogen. So it's been very nice to listen to you, to listen to Walter, to hear that we will be working together more in this format. And I would like to continue with Christine Lang. I have already asked you about the future project of the EIB in Uruguay, and I wanted to ask you specifically, how can the EIB accompany the second energy transition, and in what other areas could collaboration with the EIB in Uruguay be imagined?
Christine, no te escuchamos.
We cannot hear you, Christine.
Ahora sí.
Can you hear me now? So this talk about the advantages of Uruguay, I know the European Union is so interested. We want to go there. It seems ideal place to live. The EIB, how it can contribute, we know that there are many ways in which we can think of projects for energy efficiency and neutrality, and also to help you in all those areas. Also, hydrogen is a very important area too. We are thinking of accompanying Uruguay, in particular in sectors. And we see there that there are many opportunities for investment, so we are attentive to that, that we can accomplish investment together. This is what we've been doing in Chile. We have currently having several proposals at the technical level and capacity building, and also with several countries, they are requesting memorandums of understanding. And we would be happy to do it with Uruguay too. When you were talking about the green hydrogen infrastructure, all of those things to finance railways, though all these opportunities exist. So thank you very much, Christine. In this panel, I think we heard visions from Europe and from Uruguay that are highly compatible, and we all believe in a green, sustainable future, and we can have a roadmap for work, a future dialogue between the European Union and Uruguay on green hydrogen. In particular, we will mark a road for collaboration, new projects with financing from the investment bank of European Bank. And we have to look at another key element that is the participation of companies. And this is the topic of the next roundtables. And I would like to thank Walter, Christine, and Cristina for their participation, and we will continue then by thanking them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the participants. And we remind you, so tomorrow, October 25th, the forum will continue with a business round, virtual round between European companies and Uruguayan companies. We have over 100 companies that have signed into this, but there's still room for you to participate. While the new participants take their seats, we are going to show you some videos of companies that are sponsoring us. In a few minutes, we will restart with the forum.
vamos a comenzar el segundo panel de la mañana. Ya iniciamos la transmisión. Y ahora es el turno de conocer la visión de las empresas y sus experiencias a la hora de invertir en Uruguay. ¿Cómo fueron esas experiencias? ¿Por qué decidieron invertir en Uruguay? ¿Y cómo lo ven hacia el futuro? De todo esto vamos a hablar en este segundo panel titulado justamente Inversión europea en energías renovables en Uruguay, perspectivas de futuro. Y nuestro moderador será Marcelo Mula, presidente de la Asociación Uruguaya de Energías Renovables. Y también van a participar Lucas Rodríguez, gerente general de Air Liquide en Uruguay, Carolina Moreira, gerente de sustentabilidad y comunicaciones de Montes del Plata, Javier González, director de Montelencor, y por Zoom también va a participar, ahí lo veo que apareció, Adam Sander, director de negocios internacionales de Enertran. Marcelo, es tuyo el panel.
Bueno, buen día a todos. Continuando con la actividad, como recién mencionaron, ahora vamos a hablar un poco del sector empresarial, ya sean empresas, en este caso empresas privadas. AUER, la Asociación de Energías Renovables de Uruguay, no solo nuclea, también empresas privadas. Tenemos, por ejemplo, a la empresa eléctrica UTE y a la empresa de combustibles ANCAP también como socias, así que también contemplamos los dos aspectos del sector privado y público. En ese sentido, en este panel nos van acompañando representantes del sector asociado, entendemos que van a tener mucha presencia en esta segunda transformación, empresas pesistas, empresas del sector de energía, empresas del sector de biomasa y, bueno, empresas expertas en el manejo de gases. Así que en ese contexto y a modo de introducción, comentarles que la Unión Europea es un importante socio comercial para Uruguay y se ha consolidado como el primer inversor extranjero en el país, como ya han mencionado, con un 40% de la inversión extranjera directa y un stock de más de 28.000 millones de euros en el 2021. Las mayores inversiones
28 billion euros in 2021, the largest private investments in the country in recent years have been European and have had great impact. Wood, pulp, port services, logistics, forestry, telecommunications, finance, tourism, and as we're going to delve into in this panel, renewable energies. The first energy transformation in Uruguay involved investment of $8 billion and along 10 years. European companies invested in Uruguay in wind and solar farms in departments of the country. For example, wind farms in La Valleja, Maldonado, and Cerro Largo, solar power plants in Fray Bentos and Rio Negro, advice and technological developments in renewable energies in all the provinces, cellulose plants, pulp mills with biomass production in Colonia, Fray Bentos, and Durazno, in addition of other facilities and important technologies from other EU countries. So to start this round of questions, we will start with Javier, Director of Montelencor. I want to ask you, Uruguay is one of the most important markets for Elecnor Group in Latin America. There is reality the result of almost 2 decades of experience in the electricity infrastructure industrial plant sectors. What has been the experience like? What are you currently working on? And how do you see the development of photovoltaic energy in Uruguay?
Good morning. Thank you very much for your question. In our group, we have been here in Uruguay since 1998. And next year is going to be our 25th anniversary. And we have been leading a role in this aspect with several agreements signed with UTE. And because of the development of the project in 2013, together with UTE and the IDB, we created a project that was Light to Learn, where we provided electricity through voltaic energy to rural schools. So this was the first country in Latin America to have all its schools with electricity, and this was really something that we have taken pride of. Today, UTE has committed to providing electricity to the remaining 2% of rural homes. And so we are also part of this project. Yes, 0.2% that is still missing. We know that Elecnor has been contributing a lot in this respect with photovoltaic energy and with batteries. Yes, we are in charge of the setting up and also the maintenance. Now, Adam, welcome. ENERTRAG, since its creation in 1993, has focused on renewable energies, wind farms, photovoltaic energy, and more recently, green hydrogen. So recently, the company has announced a new investment in Uruguay in green hydrogen production in Tacuarembó. We would like to know a little bit more about the company and learn about this investment that you have announced to develop in Uruguay. Of course. Thank you very much for the invitation. My greetings to all of you. It's an honor to be present. ENERTRAG announced a feasibility study that we are undergoing in the region of Tacuarembó. This is a project that it's a model project for the future because it's only the beginning of future investments, potential investments that Uruguay could experience in the near future. This is the beginning of the second half of the change to 100% renewable and neutral matrix. And in this sense, the EU is a leader, is important because this is the objective of the EU by 2050 to become carbon neutral. And so the products that this is what we are, this is a plant of green methanol based on green hydrogen that is also produced based on renewable energy. So this is what we expect to produce in the region of Tacuarembó. So this is the beginning towards the future of further productions. Thank you very much, Adam. Aram. So continuing with the presentation of the companies, Lucas Rodriguez is the general manager of Air Liquide Uruguay. Air Liquide has a long history as a company for 120 years. They have been leaders in the sector of gas, technologies, and services for industry and health, present in 75 countries around the world. So why Uruguay, and what projects are you working on today? Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Apart from the trajectory of the history, what we have to highlight is the 60 years of experience managing hydrogen, 1.2 tons distributed along the year, 2,000 kilometers of pipelines. So these are some of the figures. And we're some of the main companies that have launched a decarbonization strategy. And we want actually aim at being carbon neutral by the year 2050. So we want to integrate projects through the different lines of production. We need a lot of stakeholders sitting on this round table to obtain the most competitive molecule. When we talk about projects, I want to highlight one that we are actually implementing in Chile, and this has to do with the capture of CO2 to produce green methanol for export. And this is carried out in a mining industry of the region. So why Uruguay? When you ask about this, I know that it's very attractive for European companies to come and invest in Uruguay for many reasons, but there are 2 points that were not mentioned. First of all, the second energy transition is an excellent opportunity to become totally independent. Hydrogen allows to the country has a good production capacity, and so the country can be emancipated. And the second point that I want to highlight is the coordination that exists from the academic point of view, new programs of the university. There are also training programs that are being conducted, and we have contacts from students who are about to graduate that are making the production of hydrogen as part of their final project. So this is going to be the seeds for the future.
Continuando y presentando ahora a la dama de nuestra mesa, Carolina Moreira.
So would like now to present the lady in our table. Carolina Moreira is Sustainability and Communications Manager for Monte del Plata. Monte del Plata doesn't need much of an introduction. It has already made a name for itself in Uruguay. It's been here for several years. In addition to its production of cellulose pulp, Monte del Plata stands out for its biomass production and energy self-sufficiency. How have these first years of operations in Uruguay been? Tell a little bit what people don't know about Monte del Plata, the energy part and what you produce for the electric system in Uruguay. If we look back 8 years back in the production of the plant in Uruguay, but 13 years because of the merger in Uruguay between Storaense and the Chilean company Arauca. And at that time, Uruguay was giving a big push to the energy transition. And if we look at the figures, and we were looking at some of the historical data in 2011, if we added photovoltaic, wind, and biomass, at that time, it was at 4% of the energy matrix at that time, and it's now more than 40%. So there was a completely different scenario. Uruguay was looking for direct foreign investment, industrial investment, to add value to primary chain. So this project with Monte del Plata had two purposes. One, to have a plant that if the plant had to use 90 mega from the grid at that time, it would have been very challenging to secure such supply. But to have a project that was going to be self-sufficient in terms of energy was quite interesting, because through additional investment, the idea was also to provide the national grid with a source of renewable clean energy and also reliable energy 24/7, 365 days a year. We have a stoppage for maintenance a few days in the year, and we were discussing this too. Biomass is nowadays the basis that generates safety, generates security, is the secure supply for the country. And obviously, it's not the same a biomass plant that receives different types of biomass than something that is within a chain that is really a byproduct. And that is very interesting to demonstrate, especially when it is connected to Europe, what are the conditions for the production of the biomass and the origin of the wood, all the FC certifications of the wood. That is 100% in the case of Monte del Plata. We can certify the conditions of operations of the plant by ISO standards, and all the environmental conditions of safety and security are important to make clear the type of biomass we are creating. Just to explain where the energy comes from, we we produce energy and cellulose. These are our two products. So wood has two main components: cellulose, that is the natural fiber, and the lina, that is the glue that keeps us together and gives rigidity to wood, and it has a great heat power. So the wood goes through a process of heating where the elements are separated through a mixture of chemicals that is called a white liquor. So when these two elements are separated, cellulose goes on one way, and this mixture of chemicals, that's called the black liquor in this case, goes to a boiler for recovery. And to recover the energy from this biomass. And the chemicals, and this is one important trait of new cellulose plants in the world, pulp mills in the world, from a linear perception of the pipeline end to a circular conception where the chemicals that are retrieved from the boiler go back to the process as white liquor and start the process again. So I think that is a quite peculiar biomass production, but because it's based on the industrial process itself. Nowadays, one of the decisions we have made was to invest in 2 turbines for self-sufficiency and also to supply the national grid. We are at this moment producing 170 megabytes. We consume 90 and contribute to the grid, the rest. So Monte Plata is a supplier, an important supplier at this point of it in renewable energies. And we are in the 3rd place behind the hydroelectrical production in Uruguay. We are in 4th place in terms of the contribution to the grid. So this allows us to have 100% electrical cranes in our barge dock with all the internal transport to carry wood to the work sites, to the exporting docks. We have a port terminal with 2 docks, one for the reception of woods coming from the river coast in the area of Freiventos, where we have the nursery of the Research and Development Center, and another one for ocean vessels for final destination of the production. Now, if we look at this design of the production chain, is the supply through rivers that has an impact on energy because our system brings 50% of the wood that feeds the plant through rivers with a system of 4 barges that go from the Rio Negro terminal and come to the terminal with the 4 barges. And each one of them carries the equivalent of 170 trucks. These are 770 trucks that are not going through the roads, and this allows to cut emissions in comparison to ground transportation. So from that point of view, it has a great impact because it's not only alternative supply forms offer of energy, renewable energies, but also to reduce mobility from renewable sources. So the
issue of biomass has developed a lot in Uruguay. It makes trees grow in a special way, and the tree transforms the solar energy through photosynthesis, through different processes. And so we're trying to do the same thing in the factories. So to transform the natural resources into this kind of energy. So it's really interesting. So continuing with Javier, Uruguay has been transforming its energy matrix, as we mentioned, with significant investments in renewable energy for several years now. However, technological advances regarding the matter occur on a daily basis and very accelerated. Do you see that the country has the capacity to adapt its infrastructure to these changes? Could this rapid innovation be a limiting factor for the development of infrastructure in Uruguay? And what solutions does the private sector propose to make this second energy possible? Well, Marcelo, this is this green hydrogen transition makes that the limiting factor for the storage of energy, it releases it, and the country can orientate itself to the storage and sale of green hydrogen and increase the capacity of generation. In this case, for example, with enough sustainability and balance, and this balance has to do with different factors. For example, 98% of renewable energy, only 2% corresponds to solar or photovoltaic energy, and this is the time to make an impact. And so this can be solved by increasing this figure. So there is a space for growth, and of course foreign investment can also make an impact. Of course, because Uruguay in the first transition was focused on changing the electric matrix. So the investment was to generate wind and solar plants to supply the network. That is still present because the demand is still growing, and there are new investments with respect to data centers. And I mean, it requires more energy, but there is also a new consumer of renewable energy, that is these plants of hydrogen through electrolysis. So thank you. Lucas, today in Latin America, there is a real competition for the development of green hydrogen. And you mentioned one case. There are many countries that want to position themselves as leaders. So how is Uruguay positioned in this respect? What are the news on this with respect to this issue and with respect to regulations? And is the private sector involved? Well, mainly Uruguay is going through the correct path because it has a clear strategy in terms of hydrogen. When we talk about regulations, maybe we are a little bit behind in comparison to Chile and Colombia, but after such a successful transition of the first stage, I know that we have the gym necessary and the exercise to make it successfully. We need to structure this work frame. We have to protect our citizens and the companies, because hydrogen is everywhere. I mean, and it's not so easy to manage the molecule. So we need like the regulations that are necessary to make to provide security for companies and citizens. Today, we also need more incentives when we want to be competitive in the region and we want to export products. Incentives are essential. And today, Minister Adrián Peña mentioned some measures on the footprint of the measure of footprint, and this opens the field for green hydrogen. And this somehow will comply with the objectives of companies, because the companies do not only want to be carbon neutral, but this also has to do with the purchases they make, the procurement strategies, the resources they use. And this gives a new opportunity of export. And finally, departing from hydrogen, since Uruguay has a strong export history, we do have to take advantage of biogas, because in view of this energy emancipation, with the record of exports and the agro exporter role that we have, we need to coordinate a little bit more, and in terms of the use of biodigesters. And finally, someone mentioned today the opportunity Uruguay has with respect to the biogenic hydrogen with a reduced carbon footprint. And so this is without any doubt, Uruguay has a strategic position and a good opportunity.
Carolina, volvemos a ti.
So, Carolina, in a world that wants to abandon fossil fuels and plastic, the pulp industry has the solutions, in particular for the production of green hydrogen and other molecules. What are these solutions? What projects are on the way? There are a lot of solutions, and not all of them are technological. In our case, a few years ago, we measured for the first time our carbon footprint. And because we work with renewables and with trees, we measured forestry operations, transport, harvesting, the plant, the captures in the nurseries, and we realized we are not only neutral, but also negative in terms of carbon. We withdraw from the atmosphere more CO2 than we produce. So we included the cattle that are grazing within our land. So we said we are neutralizing the footprint of cattle, and we started to work with a Japanese origin plant, meat processing plant, and for the first year we exported beef, carbon neutral beef, certified by independent organizations to take to the European markets this star product of Uruguay. With this, based on this collaboration of forestry and cattle raising, because this is a distinctive trait of forestry in Uruguay with many win-win factors, a lot of synergy, and this is one example only. Also, when we talk about renewables and we look at the future in terms of the product cellulose and wood in general nowadays in the world, we are currently developing many developments in forestry, sustainable forestry, of course, and certified sustainable forestry is one of the large promises to decarbonize and replace plastic, textiles, cellulose fibers for clothes. I'm sure you've heard the Cell and Lyocell. Cell means cellulose in those brands. Biofuels, battery components, and the whole chapter for wood as a construction material with a double positive effect, not only replacing the production of cement, of the high emissions, but also it's a material that withdraws CO2 from atmosphere and keeps it in the biomass throughout the years. This is highly interesting because in any case we talk about machines that can withdraw CO from the atmosphere, but we have those machines already. Those are the trees. So it is interesting to see how Uruguay, with an orderly growth and very stable rule of law throughout the years, we have been able to grow this. And now we have 70% population of the productive surface in a privileged position to capture the opportunities throughout the world for different products to serve the needs of the product, renewables, recyclables, everything that is low in emissions. So all these traits have to do with forestry. And it's interesting that Uruguay can feel well positioned and can develop all these production chains that it will come in the future. Another project that we've been working with has to do with circular economy, use inorganic waste from the plant to be part of the production of cement. And this can be one of the products with several benefits, not only to reduce emissions, alternative emissions that would have been produced when producing construction materials, but also to generate large-scale production chains now when the third plant is already underway, and with a purpose for exports, because third country countries in the world are looking for sustainable construction materials. And we see Uruguay very well positioned to continue with this, and in energy, in particular, green hydrogen, biogenic, CO2, and many types of research that are happening in all parts of the world, e-fuels, and that very soon will probably come to Uruguay. And it seems that this is an industry that is looking at the whole of this process very closely. You treat the energy accumulated in those trees, so any byproduct coming from that process can be considered renewable. A short time ago, I read that in California, they're obtaining hydrogen through a flash process by giving heat to the biomass molecule to separate hydrogen molecules. And so alternatives are being sought, and it's very close to the cellulose industry. You talked also about the transport of wood in Uruguay. You use barges, but you use trucks also. So you will probably contribute to the first trucks that will be electrical in Uruguay, or with powered by hydrogen in Uruguay. Have you considered that? We are currently studying and exploring those possibilities. There are currently some obstacles for that, but we are looking at this favorably because it would be a tangible benefit for the neutrality of transport in terms of emissions. And now we go to you. We had abandoned you a little. Enetrang operates in several European countries and is aware of the incentives that exist on the other side of the Atlantic. What advantages does Uruguay offer in that context? What more could we offer? And what is the view of the private sector? Is there any regulatory or technical aspect that needs to be unblocked in order to move forward with the project in Uruguay? Those are several questions for you. And I think it's interesting because you have a project in different phases of development in Uruguay. Thank you. You mentioned the EU, and we are active in several countries, but in this context is our activity outside the EU, because the great incentives are found now in projects that are where there are major resources and major sites in terms of surfaces to build large plants. So our activities in Latin America and in Africa are being highlighted right now, and the incentives in the future will be partially for our own production in the European Union, but it's not there where we will find the highest resources in terms of energies, renewable energies. That would be for Latin America and Africa. There are other options like Australia, but it's closer for us in Europe. Is these two continents, Latin America and Africa. So that is the most important advantage for Uruguay. We have a list of maybe 10 or 15, but among all those projects that we develop, Uruguay has a primary role because you meet all the requirements of sustainability that we want to see abroad. You have very good resources, maybe not excellent, but very good resources in terms of renewable energies in combination with an investment framework that enables the financing of those projects by banks with low capital costs, and in a context, in top of all, where the availability of carbon availability in the logistic chain is available and doesn't have to be developed. We don't, as you were saying, we don't need extra machines to extract carbon. Carbon is a means of transport, the most natural means of transport there is. Carbon already exists, and Uruguay has their a potential for 10 kilowatts to develop this in combination with the financing frameworks that are very advantageous in comparison to other countries. We have 30% more potential in the qualities of renewables, but 3 points in terms of capital cost. That's an advantage, and the differences are larger. Uruguay has lower capital costs than 3.4 points. So we are within a framework where Uruguay there has been significant advance in comparison to other countries, and the framework of incentives from the EU in terms of demand is quite strict, but we think it's very important to maintain this strict look at the criteria. These products produce green products, and not only hydrogen. Hydrogen can be produced in many different ways, in a very traditional way. But for us in Europe, what we require to meet our demand in terms of the energy security crisis at this time, we want sources that are 100% sustainable. And in this respect, in Uruguay, we have built new plants, or that are potentially new plants, with the criteria, with 100% sustainability criteria has been met, with already existing electricity sources that are decarbonized already and doesn't need to be touched.
Okay, so I insist with the last part of the question. Is there a technical or regulatory aspect that needs to unblock this process? Maybe I want to focus your attention on the logistic thing. I like the expression of my colleague of Air Liquide, the emancipation of the renewables and the electric grids. Uruguay, this is very important. Uruguay always had 10, 15 times more potential to develop in terms of energy than us. And the electric grid always limited this respect because the access was mainly limited. Now we have to ask ourselves, how can we transform a molecule and transport it? So those who know the territory in Uruguay, whether in renewable energies, we know that this is not through the coast. I mean, it's not as it happens in Namibia. We know that here maybe you are in the center of the country, and there you have to transport this molecule where it can be processed and then leave the country. And I think this infrastructure, almost conventional, to transport them in an optimized way for the entire country, this is an approach that we have to address in the coming years. There can be some projects that can lead this issue to develop a framework, an initial framework, but we have to see how to transport these molecules outside the country, and first to store them in the centers where they are synthesized, and which can then be transported to the European Union. Maybe this is a word that frightens, but a more efficient way to do is by using pipelines, and it could be even more efficient in terms of this. Okay, thank you very much for your contribution, Aram. Without any doubt, the hydrogen business involves a lot of stakeholders, as you mentioned, in terms of distribution of the energy resource. This is a definition, or to generate that hydrogen more closer to where it is located. So this is where what we are considering with respect to the financial models and to define their projects. I think that your contributions have been very enriching. We have had different visions from different sectors: the construction, the industrial sector that manages gases, energy. So I think we have a great opportunity and a challenge in Uruguay. We do have a good wind and solar resource, and let's hope that we use this biogenic to generate this. And we also have a state policy that covers and gives a lot of security in this respect. So without further ado, let's give an applause to the panelists.
Construir. Construir es crecer, es proyectar, es avanzar, progresar. Se construye un sueño, una ilusión, se construye un futuro. Se construye charlando, compartiendo. Trabajar construye, y la paciencia también. Es que construir es algo de todos los días, en cada rincón. Porque en definitiva, la vida no es otra cosa que eso que construimos todos los días. SACEM, 70 años construyendo.
Oportunidad, del latín op, hacia, y portus, puerto. Hacia el puerto van las oportunidades y desde allí llegan a todos. Oportunidades de 20 pies, de 40, con productos que empresas van a repartir, comercios a vender y más de 3 millones de personas a disfrutar.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos los participantes del panel.
Thank you very much to all the participants of the
panel, a Montelecnor y a Marcelo, que moderó el panel. Muchísimas gracias. Les pedimos que se saquen una foto antes de del escenario, por favor.
So please, let's take the picture of the panelists.
Construir. Construir es crecer, es proyectar, es avanzar, progresar. Se construye un sueño, una ilusión, se construye un futuro. se construye charlando, compartiendo. Trabajar construye, y la paciencia también. Es que construir es algo de todos los días, en cada rincón. Porque en definitiva, la vida no es otra cosa que eso que construimos todos los días. SACEM, 70 años construyendo.
Oportunidad, del latín op, hacia, y portus, puerto. Hacia el puerto van las oportunidades y desde ahí llegan a todos. Oportunidades de 20 pies, de 40, con productos que empresas van a repartir, comercios a vender y más de 3 millones de personas a disfrutar. Otras que viajan el mundo en botellas de tanat, cortes de res o granos de arroz. También en cada carga que llega y sigue hacia otros países van oportunidades para el nuestro. Oportunidad es estar frente a algo bueno. Hoy tenemos la oportunidad de convertirnos en una gran puerta de entrada y salida del continente y pasar de ser un puerto modelo a ser un puerto hub regional. Estamos trabajando para ampliar la terminal Cuenca del Plata y sumando infraestructura para estar a la altura de los principales puertos del mundo, para recibir barcos de cualquier tamaño y bandera y así seguir generando oportunidades que queden acá. Terminal Cuenca del Plata.
Uruguay y la Unión Europea comparten y defienden valores y principios, como el respeto de los derechos humanos, la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Tenemos desafíos y metas comunes. La igualdad de género, la erradicación de la violencia contra las mujeres, su empoderamiento y su plena participación en la sociedad son prioritarias. Nos une además el anhelo por un mundo más verde, igualitario, inclusivo y sostenible. Nuestros objetivos podrán ser ambiciosos, pero posibles si trabajamos juntos. Para la Unión Europea, Uruguay es un socio confiable. Por ello, más de 400 empresas europeas se han establecido en el país, generando miles de puestos de trabajo. Promovemos el desarrollo sostenible para incentivar una economía inclusiva y respetuosa del medio ambiente. Trabajamos con Uruguay por un mundo mejor, un mundo donde nadie quede atrás.
El Made in Uruguay innova, sorprende y avanza. Somos el segundo productor de energías limpias del mundo y creemos que el futuro energético está en la movilidad eléctrica y el hidrógeno verde. Por eso desarrollamos H2U. Liderando en energías renovables, lograremos la neutralidad en emisiones de carbono en 2050.
Fuimos los primeros en el mundo en darle a cada niño en la escuela su laptop. Somos el tercer exportador de software per cápita del mundo. Lideramos en e-government en la región e integramos el D9. Tenemos la mayor cobertura de fibra óptica y telefonía de la región. Estamos avanzando en 5G y en producción sostenible y tecnologías de bajas emisiones para desarrollar la economía circular y la industria 4.0.
Nuestro sistema emprendedor en tecnologías de la información tiene más de 30 años. Hoy nos eligen para instalarse grandes empresas como Mercado Libre, Globant, BASF o Nestlé. Volkswagen eligió a Uruguay para lanzar su auto eléctrico en América Latina a la vez que el unicornio uruguayo T-Local bate récords en Wall Street. Desarrollamos y testeamos los videojuegos más populares del planeta. Producimos satélites que están en órbita o sofisticados dispositivos médicos. Organizamos el primer mundial de robótica y subimos al podio. Producimos mucho conocimiento científico. Le sacamos el jugo a nuestros cerebros.
Desde hace 30 años, Uruguay viene plantando millones de árboles para desarrollar una industria forestal de forma sustentable y armoniosa con el entorno. Cuidando la biodiversidad, esta actividad se complementa con la producción ganadera, capturando gases de efecto invernadero. Mientras todo esto pasa, nuestros bosques nativos crecen cada año, porque somos amigos de la naturaleza.
Evolucionamos el Made in Nature para producir las mejores carnes del mundo. Fuimos pioneros en desplegar un sistema de trazabilidad que nos permite identificar y seguir a cada uno de nuestros 12 millones de vacunos, que son el fruto de una evolución genética única. Con 400 años de historia, llevamos al mundo alimentos de calidad, carnes, pescados, soja, malta, arroz, citrus, trigo, lácteos y vinos multipremiados.
Somos tan disruptivos que le vendemos caviar a Rusia, café a Colombia, aceite de oliva a España y ratones genéticamente modificados a Japón. Criamos caballos de película, producimos cueros para autos de alta gama y lanas y textiles que terminan con Greta en la tapa de Vogue o en las vidrieras de Chanel, Chloe o Stella McCartney.
Nuestra creatividad nos permite exportar diseño en moda, arquitectura, gráfica y joyería. Nuestro talento y paisajes se reflejan en series y films que producimos para Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO o Sony. Uno de los Stones le regaló una loop guitar uruguaya a sus hijas para que aprendieran. El Made in Uruguay te deja eléctrico.
Tenemos actitud y pienso. Y estamos decididos. Es nuestro tiempo. Es el momento de Uruguay. Un país con escala humana. Creativo, trabajador, serio, relajado, que respira libertad en cada esquina y que conquista el mundo con cada producto de calidad que produce su gente.
Unusual, free. Test Uruguay.
Siempre. Qué palabra, ¿no? Siempre significa todo el tiempo y en toda circunstancia, en las buenas y en las malas. Nosotros siempre estuvimos. Cuando reíste, cuando gritaste, hasta cuando lloraste de alegría. Siempre estamos. Para darte información de calidad y para mejorar tu calidad de vida. Y siempre, siempre vamos a estar bien cerca, en todo lugar y a toda hora. Porque donde está la gente, siempre está el país. Suscríbete.
Un acuerdo, 2 bloques, más comercio. ¿Qué puede hacer tu empresa para lograr exportar a Europa?
¿Conocés las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur para tu empresa? Inspírame UE. Es un programa de información y capacitación para que las MIPYMES uruguayas puedan aprovechar al máximo las oportunidades del Acuerdo Unión Europea y Mercosur.
Al mismo tiempo, contribuye a la creación de empleo y a la mejora en la competitividad de empresas con perspectiva de género, facilitando el empoderamiento de las mujeres y jóvenes.
Inspírame UE.
Está dirigido a MIPYMES de todo el país, con énfasis en las lideradas por mujeres y jóvenes. MIPYMES de sectores de actividad, claves o sensibles en cuanto a las nuevas reglas de cooperación que establece el Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur. El programa tendrá una duración de 30 meses. Talleres de capacitación en todo el país, asistencia técnica, foros nacionales de inversión. A lo largo del proyecto se desarrollarán 10 talleres por parte de la Cámara de Comercio y 18 de la Eurocámara. Se llevarán a cabo 2 foros en el país con la participación de expertos del exterior y de las empresas. Financian Unión Europea con aportes de la Cámara de Comercio y Servicios del Uruguay y la Eurocámara Uruguay. Conoce nuevas oportunidades para tu negocio.
Inspírame UE, conectando mercados, personas y culturas.
Bueno, ahora sí, iniciamos lo que es el broche de oro de esta edición.
Okay, so now we're going to close the first day of the fourth Forum of European Investment in Uruguay. We want to greet and give a welcome to the High Representative and Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Joseph Borrell. Thank you very much for being here with us today. And let's invite him to take the floor. Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the different chambers, ambassadors, having respected all the protocols, ladies and gentlemen, believe me that it's a great pleasure to be here in Uruguay and especially in this fourth Forum of Investment. I want to thank Minister for the opportunity of talk about investments, but not only specifically about that. It's good that at these turbulent times we take this opportunity to talk a little bit more about the direct investment that you can make, but to talk about the relationship between the European Union and Mercosur within the framework of what it means for Uruguay, the investment from Europe. In this Uruguay that shows fantastic figures of economic growth. As I mentioned, these are turbulent times, and I had to call Ukraine when I arrived to Uruguay. Democracy and the international order is being affected by Ukraine, by this war, and the crisis of multilateralism and the construction of strategic alliances important, because a single country cannot face world challenges, and so the regional unions have to survive in addition, in spite of their different ideologies. Maybe we can say that one of the advantages of the EU is that it gathers countries within this union that could adapt changes and could overcome the ideologies, the different ideologies between them. Here in Latin America, we do not have to insist on the historical and cultural links and also language links that we have with Europe, but also at a generational level and personal level, and especially with Uruguay. So all of this is true, but this brings us to the past, and in order for relations to last, they not only need roots from the past, but they need to overcome the crisis of the present and together build trust and projects for the future. We can remember friends from the university, the military service, and since we haven't seen each other, they are just a vague memory. So this is not about memories. This is about future perspectives. And these future perspectives in Europe and also in Latin America are being actually impacted and affected by this war, and which affect the supply chains, the high prices, fertilizers are lacking in the world, the prices of energy and food supplies increase, and it has also affected tourism in an indirect way. So inflation pressure also increases and social increases also increase. and affect negatively on public accounts. So we're just finishing the pandemic, and with this Russian invasion to Ukraine, Europeans had to show the capacity of being united to face these obstacles. And this union has enabled us to face some structural changes, because trade generates dependencies, and they were supposed to be positive, but excessive dependence also can become a weapon against us. So now everybody is talking about the weaponization of dependencies. And we have experienced this with the pandemic, when we suddenly discovered that we didn't manufacture a single gram of paracetamol in Europe, and because the labs had different needs. And now we are seeing this with the dependence on Russian gas. Before the war, 40% of our gas imports came from Russia, and now we've reduced that to 10%. It's a lot. It's not all the amount we wanted, but it's a great transformation that is going to release us from a political restriction with Russia, which are very much conditioned to this energy dependency. So we want to limit this kind of dependencies. We want to become autonomous, but this requires cooperation. It requires reliable partners in order to reach agreements and invest, to share experiences in terms of technology, to carry out research, to connect infrastructure, to make them safe, to diversify value-added chains, to make them more resilient and committed to social and environmental standards. And this is what we need to aim at, to move to this uncertain world, and which we didn't imagine it was going to be like this a few years ago. All investors and business people and governments, we are faced with great challenges. A lot of capital won't have value anymore, and many resources that are valuable today are not going to be so important in the future. And other natural resources that are maybe not valued today and were not even counted in terms of investors are going to be more valuable for investors. And so we will have to adapt to a new context. We will have to destroy old paradigms and build new ones. And it's better to do this together. So it's important to celebrate in this forum that is taking place in Uruguay. Why? Because Uruguay is an example of the rule of law. It has a stable democracy, which is a leader in the region in a time where we are experiencing a backward trend in terms of democracy. Uruguay not only shares our values, because Europeans are not the depositories of these values. This is a country that contributes to creating these values and defends them with their practice and with a government that alternates in power. Uruguay, together with other Latin American countries, has been a pioneer in the creation of pioneers, in principles that are pioneers in the creation of the international order. So for that reason, we are in an investment forum, and you actually expect this. Stability is essential. Legal security and social cohesion this translates into life quality, in profitability per capita, solid profitability. And capital investments look for these characteristics. Political risk is very expensive for quality investments. So these considerations are could even be higher than the inflation costs. And for this reason, Uruguay today is a country whose average income has increased to overcome others in the region. I sometimes hear that Europe does not pay enough attention to Latin America or to Uruguay specifically, and that we should have it more present in our political priorities. And this is true. It's been 3 years ago, and I repeat in Brussels that Latin America is a part of the world that deserves more attention. But who is the main investor in Uruguay today? Who commits their financial and technological capital in Uruguay? More than ever, it's the EU, its member states. According to the Bank in Uruguay, the European investment in Uruguay represents 40% of the entire foreign investment in Uruguay. And if we look at Eurostat, it's even more. According to its statistics, the investment of Europe in Uruguay has shown a steady growth that has multiplied by 3 between 2018 and 2020, from 11,000 million euros to 28 million thousand euros. So if we look at the financial sector, we see that there are two large European banks. If we look at the pulp mills, we see that most of the investment comes from Europe. If we look at logistics and transportation in the port of Montevideo that I'm going to visit today, we see that European companies play an important role. There are more than 600 European companies in Uruguay. Every sector of the economy has a European component that generates employment. And the EU is strongly decided and committed to developing this alliance with Uruguay and in general with Latin America and the Caribbean within the 3 challenges that form part of the world: the digital revolution, and whoever is left behind is going to have a problem, the climate change, and if we are not capable of facing it, and also social cohesion. And if we don't accompany economic progress with a stability that allows to face a strong transformation. So for that reason, we have launched the Global Gateway so that member states and European institutions can join their muscles together with financial institutions, the European Investment Bank that is larger than the World Bank in terms of loans, to invest in sustainable projects in the benefit of the entire world population. We want to increase investment in the private sector using our banks and corporation institutions through technical assistance, guarantees, and all kinds of cooperation. And I want to congratulate to the initiatives that have been made in Uruguay, such as the indexed bonds regarding climate change. This implies a favorable actually, and it has received a favorable welcome from investment, establishing objectives to mitigate climate change. And by doing this, Uruguay is aligning its own strategy with its sustainable efforts. And I want to highlight this initiative, and I continue that others follow suit. Uruguay is a pioneer in decarbonization with an economy that has 97 of its electricity based on renewable energies, and it's an example to follow. And I envy this because in Uruguay we preached a lot, but we're only at 37%. In a few years, Uruguay has become from being a country with problems in terms of electricity and now having a surplus. And I'm very pleased to see that Europeans have made it possible for this transformation to occur. We have contributed state-of-the-art technology to this project, and many of these partners that have accompanied Uruguay in this transformation, such as Monte del Plata, Elecnor, among others, are present today. So we have accumulated assets in the present, and we can contribute to this new economy based on hydrogen to continue diversifying the economies. Also, Europeans set challenging objectives. We want to develop of having 10 million tons by 2030.
Las inversiones y el crecimiento económico que producen deben ir acompañadas de cohesión social y reducción de las desigualdades. Porque cada vez más la desigualdad es una lacra para nuestras democracias en todas partes del mundo. La desigualdad deslegitima.
More and more inequality attacks democracy, and it opens doors to liberal forces that offer false solutions. And economic growth by itself has been shown not to contribute to more solid societies. And the benefit does not reach all the sectors of society. For example, one out of 3 Latin Americans do not have access to internet. 250 million people do not have access to services that are nowadays vital for any activity. That is a drag for development, and public action the authorities have to take action to change this. We have rules and fiscal rules. In Latin America is one of the areas most unequal in the world, with social benefits that are lower than any other part of the world, 22% against 33% in other areas. But in Uruguay, and it's not a coincidence, it's less unequal. It has more fiscal space, better infrastructures, and better public services. So social cohesion, even if we have a lot of investment here or in Latin America, the citizens will ignore the changes that are needed. Climate change requires a transition, and that transition will not happen if that doesn't happen in a fair way within our societies and at a world scale. And this leads me to something that I'm sure is a concern for all of us, Mercosur. Now that Uruguay has a temporary presidency of Mercosur, it would be inevitable, it is inevitable to make a reference to this New Deal. We have more than 20 years. We've been waiting in the year 2006, we were already saying that this was about to happen, and it's still about to happen. In June 2019, we reached an agreement for trade pillars. I was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Spain, and I know my country had a lot to do with that. And in 2020, we agreed on some political and cooperation principles. So since then, the ball has been in our court. It's Europe's turn to present to the Mercosur partners a proposal for a tool, an additional tool, with all the aspects related to environmental issues that concern us. As we have been saying, this concerns us, but we have not making clear what our concerns are. After some elections have been completed and we are getting closer to the end of the year, we are planning to present with the necessary internal contacts and discussions a document to pave the way for the final agreement, a conclusion of this agreement, because I am firmly believe that this is a win-win agreement for both regions. It's a strategic agreement. In Brussels, we use the word strategic every day, and we have strategies for everything. But in this case, it would definitely be a strategic agreement because it will substantially change the opening to the world of one region that is one of the most closed regions in the world in relation to another region that is one of the most open in the world. With the most important agreement of the European Union in terms of customs, and it would provide real opportunities for companies on both sides. It will definitely create more quality jobs and will benefit more than 700 million people. Uruguay will start to do trade with the World Trade Organization regulations, and for more than 90% of its commercial offer to the European Union. So 90% of the imports would be under preferential system instead of being subject to the normal, the standard rules of the WTC. I know that the companies in Uruguay are already preparing for this project, thanks to these European projects. And I talk about small and medium-sized companies because these are, more than any other stakeholders, need fewer export barriers and clear rules, more collaboration with European companies that, thanks to all the incentives that have already been mentioned, will continue to set up in Uruguay. As I insist, we need an agreement with Mercosur that is profoundly political, to seal an alliance between the two regions, to deepen dialogue and collaboration in priority areas, environment, ecological updating, but also regulations for the digital world. Because if we cannot rule this world, we will head it to a world with different internets that will not be connected among themselves, so would be subject to the political power of different countries, and that would affect the connectivity of the world. So I just wanted to give a few ideas. I know I was late, and I'm sure it's late for lunch already for most of you. So I would like to thank your hospitality and thanking this forum, I want to encourage the European investors to continue to establish links with the economy in Uruguay, because we do have a memory and that is the basis of confidence, on the basis of trust. But we have and we want to have shared plans for a shared future. Thank you. So we thank the words about Uruguay, and the news brought by the High Representative. And now we will give the floor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Francisco Butillo. So, good afternoon. Once again, as my dear friend Joseph Borrell was saying, we would like to apologize. We had a meeting with the President of the Republic before that extended a little longer. So first, apologizes. Secondly, to greet all the delegation of the European Union that comes with the High Representative of the European Union, and I want to greet Laura Cámara, who made possible this meeting, and the Chamber of Trade and Services. The president is here, Julio Lestido. So, with the presentation of my dear friend Joseph, he has already mentioned most of what was discussed with the president today. But I am sorry, but I will have to repeat some of it. And I'm sure you liked it, so I will insist. So here, first to review a few things of what were mentioned. First, the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur. I came from Europe a month ago, and I went to the main capitals connected to this agreement. I visited Joseph, that he was foreign minister in Spain, and now he's a high representative for the European Union. So he knows I respect him very much, and I am aware of the full commitment they have to the window of opportunity for this agreement, of the fact that Spain and Brazil will be presiding, that this is the last hope that we still have about this agreement, that it's been going on for the last 20 years, as mentioned. And in September 2019, there was a ratification of the political will to reach this agreement. And well, other new elements were added, the environmental addenda, that has also been transformed into an environmental and labor addendum, and it's binding. It would be binding for Mercosur and the European Union itself when it becomes enforced. This is if we talk about the bad figures of Latin America in terms of environmental issues, which are not, this is not the case for Uruguay. All these figures in Uruguay are shown by few countries in the European Union. So this binding character is so important. Will help us grow for the future. So after this, I'm going to the second point. The European Union has given historical support with sustainable criteria. It's a main investor in terms of direct foreign investor. Since in the year 2020 was 36% of the total investment, $12 billion. There are more than 20 European companies investing in the country at this time: forestry, tourism, information, financial, fintech etc., and other global challenges in the market. The European bloc also has an important role as the destination of exports and expansion of our companies, showing the synergy and the strategic potential of this bilateral relationship. So to encourage these links and investment, we are announcing the the conclusion of this agreement already mentioned. Uruguay is well known for the development of renewable energies. The International Energy Agency positions Uruguay fourth as the use of electric power coming from renewable energies. Nowadays, the renewable energies have a fundamental importance for our country. It's in the face of the invasion, the Russian invasion in Ukraine, shows clearly this need for renewable energies. In the last few months, we have seen how this complex scenario has led to people in Europe to use the wood burning for heat. And the European Union has put priority in gas, in oil, and reactivation of coal plants. And these are just a few undesirable effects of the war. So Uruguay is going through strong transformation in terms of energy. This is a long-term public policy and with an adequate regulatory framework that is been adapting to the changing needs. So within this transformation, the European investors have had a very important presence, in particular in wind energy. In the 98% of our energy matrix comes from renewable sources. So we are now in a second phase of decarbonization where green hydrogen will have a priority role. As we know, green hydrogen is generated through renewable energies for a sustainable change of economy to reach climate neutral countries. And this road added to the different policies of Uruguay have made our country an attractive destination for environmental, social, and government investment. So we have favorable conditions that are a window of opportunity for the consolidation of investment in Uruguay with long-term viability. This leads to proactive participation of the sector, financial and public works sector in terms of investment. And part of the conversation we had with Mr. Borrell and the President of the Republic is to make this commitment into a public policy. On October 20th, this month, the Uruguay launched to the market an index bond based on environmental requirements. And this bond provides for the possibility to increase interest for the bondholders in terms of environmental behavior, and also at the world level to improve expectations and the interest we paid by Uruguay in the future. And this shows the certainty, the trust, and the certainty for these projects. So this bond is linked to the completion of two
Este bono global tiene vencimiento en octubre de 2034 por un monto benchmark en el entorno de los 750 millones de dólares, alcanzándose finalmente 1.500 millones. Vincular la financiación de la deuda con los objetivos de lucha contra el cambio climático y la conservación de la naturaleza Es una prueba fiel, como dije hace unos instantes, del compromiso inquebrantabel del Uruguay con el cumplimiento de sus objetivos de sostenibilidad. Y una cuota de confianza no solo en este gobierno, no solo en este país, sino particularmente a las fuerzas productivas, en este caso a los empresarios. Asimismo, ello contribuirá a continuar desacoplando las emisiones de CO2 del crecimiento de la economía en línea con uno de los objetivos de mitigación incluidos en la contribución determinada nacionalmente para Uruguay. Al tiempo que mejora nuestra responsabilidad y transparencia climática con los inversores, la sociedad civil y la comunidad ambiental internacional toda. Muchas gracias.
Ahora invitamos al canciller y al alto representante a tomar asiento unos minutos, porque estamos llegando al final de este cuarto foro de inversión europea en Uruguay. Así que me gustaría invitar al podio al consejero jefe de Economía y Comercio de la Delegación de la Unión Europea en Uruguay, Damián Kaminsky, para hacer clausura formal de este evento.
Muchas gracias, damas y caballeros. Así se termina esta primera jornada del cuarto foro de inversión europea en Uruguay. Mañana continuamos con la ronda virtual de negocios. Contamos con cerca de 200 reuniones previstas, lo que es un indicador del gran interés que tiene el sector privado en este foro, en la transformación verde y en Uruguay. Tuvimos testimonios muy interesantes durante esta primera jornada. Desde la mirada de las políticas públicas se puede constatar desafíos, pero también visión común y, lo que es más importante, un plan de trabajo para el futuro entre la Unión Europea y Uruguay para lograr afianzar el futuro. Hemos escuchado luego voces de empresas europeas, un componente imprescindible para una transición exitosa, empresas que siguen con interés el plan de segunda transición energética en Uruguay y algunos que ya están avanzadas en el plan de inversión. Finalmente, el vicepresidente alto representante Borrell y el canciller Bustillo nos han confirmado que con una relación basada en valores y con la misma visión del futuro se puede mirar el porvenir con un optimismo. Con esta imagen muy positiva, solo me queda agradecer a los panelistas, a los equipos de organización y a todos los que nos han acompañado hoy acá en el Club de Golf y vía el streaming. Muchas gracias.
Les tomo nada más que unos segundos más para recordarles que si quieren revivir este evento pueden hacerlo a través de las redes sociales del país o en el sitio de la Delegación Europea en Uruguay. Muchísimas gracias por haber sido parte.